Oh, something's wrong. As per usual. Me smack buttons. Do. It's always got to do this, you know? In the interim, look, kitties. Okay, I thought so. So we had seen that none of them were going onto the shelf. And a reason for that was that the heating pad there had died. It just wasn't heating up anymore. So I'm trying it on a different outlet, but the fact that that one is working over there implies to me that that other one broke down. Which I think is generally still a good recommendation for this type of heating pad. Since it's not like it's shorted out or overheated or something like that. It just stopped warming up. Which is good. We can see Sky over there now in the lower right. Sammy is chewing on my hand right now, affectionately. And Ember, and I think Mason, given how he's sitting, are staring out the window in the bottom center cat tree. As you might have seen when I pressed another wrong button moments ago, we're going to be continuing our Danganronpa playthrough today. We are in the investigation sequence of the killing of Chihiro. So we're trying to find out who done that. And then we will riddle them with truth bullets based on what we saw last time. Truth bullets and then, you know, DDR. But let's get into it, folks. Buttons. Do that one. That one. This one. Someday I'll figure out a better setup for where to place the buttons. But until then. Okay, let's see. So let's see here. Chihiro was avoiding Sakura and Aoi here, who both use the exercise equipment in the locker room frequently, and instead was going to exercise when nobody else was. Wait, we can cycle through? Yeah. And despite it not saying it, Q can cycle back. Well, it does, but the Q is always faded out. See? User experience. Let's see. Chihiro's body's in the girls' locker room. Looks like she was smacked with a dumbbell. Oh, there's a bloody dumbbell on the floor nearby, and it was blunt force trauma. Dumbbell. So Mondo is saying that it seemed like Chihiro had an inferiority complex and was always telling folks that they wanted to get stronger. The locker rooms can only be entered if you have a handbook of the corresponding gender to scan. If you try to enter one incorrectly, there is a minigun on the ceiling behind by the doors. Just to ensure that things go how they're supposed to, apparently. Oh man, we don't have a kitty. About sky. There we go. You can see maximum floof right now. Hey there, Sighty. We are indeed playing some Danganronpa. Welcome, welcome. I was saying, I figured out why they weren't, the kitties weren't laying over there where Sky is right now, and it's that the heating pad had stopped working. So I swapped it out for another one that has been out of use recently because I don't need the quarantine room right now. And so we have a kitty back there. Isn't that right, Sky? Yeah. Let's see. We have the locker rooms. 2 people can't enter at the same time. It has to have a matching gendered handbook. And you can't lend it, but one of the things that we discovered last time is that all of the dead folks' handbooks are in a accessible mailbox by the exit door, the giant vault door, so they can be taken, and that doesn't count as lending. Stealing and taking those would not be lending. It only counts if you were to give it to someone else. Yep. If you die, your handbook is in the mailbox. But one of the handbooks is broken, or at least they won't turn on. It won't turn on. But Monokuma insists that it can't possibly be broken because the things are absurdly durable. Genocide Jack is a serial killer that initially Chihiro mentioned before the first killings, I think. It's either before or during the first killing. And the death of Chihiro is cosmetically similar to the Genocide Jack files, but they are missing the signature scissors, like special scissors that are used to stake the victim to the wall, essentially. To essentially crucify them with special scissors. Chihiro is essentially hung up with a in the same sort of position, but with a extension cord. So it doesn't quite line up. There's the sad stereotype being deployed here of the killer with a mental illness thing. And so the boys' locker room has the blackish brown stain on the carpet. The poster that we had seen in the boys' locker room, the swimsuit model on the right, is now in the girls' locker room and has a blood stain on it, or a hot pink paint stain, depending on how low you want your rating to apparently be, despite all the murder. And the boy band poster is in the boys' locker room where the swimsuit model poster was. How are you doing today there, Sighty? Seems like you're excited for some Danganronpa. Okay, Chihiro's handbook was not found and has gone missing. I wonder if that's the one that won't turn on. So they claimed that they thought that Chihiro was strung up onto the exercise equipment with rope, but it is very clearly extension cord. Both from the dangling plugs and from its appearance, it is extension cord. And that extension cord was a cord that was found in the library archives and was used by Byakuya, the obnoxious rich kid. Sakura mentioned that she had drank coffee, or protein shake / coffee slurry that she would drink in the locker room while after exercising, and that she had spilled it, and that it had left a stain, but the stain was gone, which we suspect there's a lot of stuff being swapped, is what it looks like. That the carpet that is currently in the girls' room was in the boys' room, same with the posters. So Celeste saw Chihiro in the supply room, putting exercise clothes in blue exercise clothes in a duffel bag. And the clothes have not been found. And Makoto is the only one that Celeste is told about this. So what were we... Now we have to do the classic, what were we doing? So I think we stopped here on purpose. Let's try to jog our memories. Okay, let's talk to Oe here. I think it's Aoi. The A and what's it called when you do that? Hey there, Hey there, Foxy. Welcome, welcome. Is this the first time you've swung by our stream? Foxy joining us on Twitch. Well, here, let me switch over and show you the kitties. Well, Kitty. All the others have bailed on us. You can see Sky in the lower right there. Oh, Ember passing through lower left. Let's see. Here she comes. She is cycling around here. I have 5 cats currently, Foxy. You have Sky, who you can see in the lower right, is my biggest cat. Then, and the oldest right now. Then we have Ember, who is next in line for age. She's the tiniest of them, though. She's going to her favored spot. Then we have Sammy, who's a little younger than Ember, but definitely a little bigger than Ember. She's a chunky tuxedo. Kind of a little ex-feral kitten. I have an idea of where the cameras are in position to me, but they have particular spots they like to go. That's why wondering where the other 3 are. Mason and Sherbet are the 2 youngest. I adopted them at about the same time. But they tend to be the hardest to find. Sammy is often left center there, napping on that pillow. If she's not there, she'll crawl into my lap and insist that I give her head scritches. But yeah, this is Ember. She is a diluted calico. So, pale orange, gray stripes, mittens. She's a little sweetheart. Then, here is Sky. I don't know what sort Sky is, but he's like Dandelion Puff Fluffy. Largely fluff there. But yeah. We're playing some Danganronpa today. We are in the midst of Trigger Happy Havoc. And we're on Chapter 2. Chihiro has been killed. So we are simultaneously trying to find more information and remember what we were trying to do next since last time we played. Oh, Hina, how's Toko doing? Not a bad idea. You have to remember to move around more. I assumed as much. I was very cautious when I saw you playing it, Foxy. Well, thank you, Foxy. Like I said, I was cautious watching you play because I didn't want to get hit with spoilers. There are streamers doing things like some of the Phoenix Wright games, which I have to avoid so that I don't see anything early. But we are going to be playing at the rate it's going, assuming that it doesn't turn awful. We're going to be playing all 3 Danganronpas and the 2 new Phoenix Wright games, all kinds of stuff. I like this kind of game. Same as before, she won't come out and she just keeps on mumbling about Genocide Jack. Okay, so Toko locked herself in her room and has been acting very erratically, especially when she passed out at the sight of blood at the where Chihiro was found, hit her head, and then stood back up all Ring Spectre, sort of like, physics-defying, bone-snapping movement, and was acting completely different. And the implication based on the paperwork that we got from Byakuya is that she has a split personality and is Genocide Jack. It's a Jekyll Hyde stereotype. So I just left her there. Aoi isn't, right. You left her. My head was all swimmy and I was getting pretty hungry. Yeah. But don't worry, I'm going to head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating? A donut, of course. Of course. Yeah, I do appreciate. So, right here by my head here, there is a indicator that says speaking. Now, often blue text is internal monologue text. It will not have speaking over it, which is nice. There's 2 things I'm sure God created: outer space and donuts. That's a choice. That's a pairing. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. I figure her one big regret was being bludgeoned to death. That's a very regrettable incident. Should have tried to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with?
Well...
She was a little bit strange, didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
Yeah, totally.
See, this is a repeated and clearly key aspect to this particular incident. It wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls. Was she just shy? Oh no, she talked to the boys all the time. Isn't it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex, but totally fine with the opposite sex? Oh, wait, maybe. Maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? You think so? I never really saw her as that kind of girl. I love the scene transitions in this. It's got that vibe of tabletop gaming, where somebody is actually placing things down for a scene. Alright. Who's next? Okay, we talked to Celeste in the warehouse. Let's see, first floor has... Let's go talk with these folks out in front of the gym, just to be sure. I think we may have already spoken to Takahara or something like that, the hall monitor boy.
How unfortunate.
Yutaka. It's completely different. I wonder who I was thinking of. Maybe we should have confessed our embarrassing secrets after all. In order to try to push all of the students to participate in the killing game, Monokuma, the little robot evil bear, had gathered, like, dirty secrets from everybody. It had, like, envelopes full of them, showed them to each individual, and then said, if somebody doesn't die within the next period of time, I will reveal these to the whole world. Kiyotaka suggested that everybody share their secrets so that nobody would have anything to hide from the others. Which, as I described at the time, that's a stupid idea. All you've done is create a motivation to kill everyone in that room. Because if it's a secret that you don't want getting out, and you reveal it, especially if you reveal it in advance of it getting out to the world, you have added a motivation to kill everyone. And the way the murder game plays out is if you succeed in killing and not getting caught, it automatically kills everyone else. So, yeah, that's the opposite of what you'd want to do. I'm sorry, Chihiro. It's all because I wasn't strong enough. Well, that's not possible. You had a day-long sauna session with the other macho guy. Clearly you're strong enough. Check the map. Fortune teller guy is by the entrance. Giant security camera guns. Oh, very briefly, we could see Mason there. This guy drove him off. But with Sky, it's generally a playful grab at them as opposed to a actual drive off. Ember will try to drive them away when that kind of thing happens. Yasuhiro. Maybe I like glommed a couple of the names together.
Huh? Oh, hey, Makoto.
What's up? I haven't been up to anything myself, that's for sure. Definitely haven't looked inside the mailbox. Wow. He is cunning. He is guile. Junko, Leon, and Sayaka's. You can lend it, but you can't lend it, but you can, quote, borrow it. You can take it. Leon's won't turn on. Then how do we know it's Leon's? According to Monokuma, it shouldn't be broken. Is this really unrelated to the case? Either way, something about it still bothers me. Because we know Chihiro's is missing. Not familiar with that one, Robbery. We're only into the first game right now. We've only seen Junko get killed by Monokuma for breaking the rules, and then we've seen Leon executed. Is that Leon's last name? I don't recall. I only remember him as Leon. One of the least interesting characters. Okay. A library and archive have markers there, though we may, since we've been there on investigation already, that might be covered by when Byakuya dragged us around. Hey there, Tass. I figured out why the kitties weren't hanging out on the shelf heating pad and have addressed it. So now they are again. The glare of dust on top of the desk. We can see the dangling extension cord there. Lamp won't turn on. See, it's not plugged in. The lamp's cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet. Byakuya said that he used the extension cord that he had found in the archive to power the lamp. And he pointed out the box that it had been in, and he said he returned it to, which was now empty. This time I saw it, it was definitely on, and it was definitely right here. Right, Byakuya was using an extension cord. But there's no cord here now. I wonder if... Okay, here comes Sammy. Let's see if she... Yep, there she is. You can see her paw. She's deciding if she would like to lay down on the now functional heating pad. To make sure that they noticed it and checked it out again, I did lace it with catnip, so... Oh, she's just passing through. See where Ember goes. One sec, we gotta track a kitty here somewhere. Where are they going? Where are they going? There we go. Ember used to prefer that spot quite a bit. Here's the desk lamp. The desk lamp. Byakuya grabbed that one thing from over here and put it over there. Sure is dark over there. Well, that was very clear. The empty wooden box, which supposedly contained the extension cord. Yep. The case files. Okay. Oh. One of the things that we found prior to the killing was a letter implying Hope's Peak had been shut down because of some incidents or some sort of issue going on. But here we are. It indicated it should have happened quite a bit ago. But everybody says, like, well, we were invited, and the main character, Makoto here, had gone on forums before arriving, and they all spoke of Hope's Peak as if it was active. One of the thoughts is that the whoever is behind the killing game has been in control of Hope's Peak since it shut down. Serious issues? Is there a connection? Mastermind's motive. Yep. We're at multiple repeats of that one. Some other truth bullet we can extract from this room. I want to take another look at Genocide Jack's case file. It was around here somewhere. It's gone. Did someone take it out of the archive? The only one who would do something like that, I can't think of anyone but Byakuya. You might be heading into the trial.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
I like how there's a ticking timer when it comes to, like, the killings and similar. But when it comes to how much time you have to investigate the killing, it seems to be determined by how long Monokuma can wait before he gets bored.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for! The class trial! You remember where to meet, right?
Well, glad you could join us, Rayday, and thank you. We are just getting started. We finished grabbing some additional evidence. We talked to Aoi about what she knew about Chihiro. We double-checked the mailbox, which didn't yield anything, but clearly it was Yasuhiro. Clairvoyant guy had checked the mailbox recently because he's not subtle in any fashion. And then we found out that the Genocide Jack case files were missing.
Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
So yeah, we're just getting started. The class trial, or it's about to begin. The red door. Like how it makes you walk in. I mean, there is something to be said for having it auto walk you in, but the idea of putting you outside the door is a neat idea. Not like unique, but it's an atmospheric idea. So, is everyone ready to... What? Am I blind, or are we missing someone?
Yo.
Yeah, Toko's not here. And Toko is... She did, Foxy. She has, that used to be her favored spot over there. But I had noticed that the heating pad that she's sitting on had stopped working. And that would explain why none of the cats were going over there, because they can't get all toasty. But after I showed them that it was working again, they have several of them have returned to it. You really don't remember?
Come on.
Kidding, I'm just kidding. How could I forget that little nut job? She's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
Okie dokie, I'll go ahead and drag her out here kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please. Oh, excellent, excellent. Just like he said, a few minutes later, he reappeared dragging Toko behind him. He is a bear of his word. I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you would drag a girl around. Yeah, that's... The rooms are not a trivial distance all the way here. Like, that's a... Terrible. You're terrible. Oh, she's powering up. So now everyone's here, right? Okay then, hustle into the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. Yeah, it's none of the patterns that we've seen Toko operate in have been the sort that you would be comfortable working with on a regular basis. Chihiro, she was so gentle, so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. This is one of the things I was thinking of, is actually, it was really stupid to target Chihiro. Because Chihiro is not a strong investigator or a strong participant. Having them present, if you're going to have removed somebody else, means you have one more person who probably isn't going to be able to help find you out. Better to leave Chihiro alive. Like the clairvoyant, the fanfic writer, to some extent Aoi. Those you leave alone. Because they're not a threat to you during an investigation. That murderer is one of us. Someone standing right here. Yes, he's one of us.
Hey, come on.
Toko, man, what's got her so worked up?
Oh, very sad.
Fujisaki, I must admit, for being 3D, she was quite remarkable. Of course, just the idea of 3D makes me cringe. I don't know why the killer did what they did, but I'm sure it'll work itself out. Justice always prevails. Right, bro? In theory, that would mean he was speaking to Mondo there. Since they have become bros.
Well then.
We'll uncover the villain who performed such a heinous act on a weaker individual. Ready? We doing this? Toko was unhappy. There's something odd about Toko's behavior, really. Like, I mean, contextually odd. Like, Toko is behaving differently than Toko. But I feel like the whole thing could be put under one big odd umbrella. I do not think mere shock is enough to explain it. Oh, I mean, shocked by the fall, like, the seeing the body is one thing. But they did describe she fell really hard. Like, cracked her head really hard. Guess I wasn't much help at all on this one. Not like the last one. Gave you plenty to work with. Show us how far your logic can take you. Like, he clearly had an idea of what he thought was going on up front.
Shall we go?
So, of the people present, they're playing up Toko as acting really strangely. But they've also put Byakuya in a position of suspicion because of how much he seemed to have already figured out up front. We have no choice, right? We have to do this. Yes, those are the rules. The killing game has already been in effect for 2 murders now. Give a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions, couldn't stop speculating. The steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. You know, I feel like this game would be made just perfect if, instead of having Makoto's internal monologue, we instead had the narrator for Darkest Dungeon. I think that would work really well for this game, but with them saying despair all the time. You could have it as one of those reactive narrators, you know, as you hear what everybody is saying, and you can still get the thoughts that are going on, but instead of the expositional stuff that they leave to our sort of third-person puppet here, you could instead have the guy calling out, like a very morbid Stanley Parable narrator, you know? The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation. Almost like a machine, an unfeeling machine. Until finally, it came to a sudden stop. You think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting? Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with. Good, you're rip-raring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
Well,
Hey then, let's get this show on the road.
thrills, chills, kills!
Everyone find your assigned seat. And so the curtain opened once again. We've been over this. A judgment, a deception, a betrayal, a riddle, a defense, a faith, a class trial. All of them quite deadly. Still quite deadly. Miyagi still needs a thesaurus. All right. Increases the speed of memorizing a statement. Effective during non-stop debate. I don't know what that's actually referring to.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results.
Rhyming.
If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, then. So, first off...
Hello, Sky. This guy's deciding where he wants to sit.
Let's talk about the murder weapon!
Yay! Murder weapon! First, we have to make clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow.
Chihiro's fatal injury.
Let me verify my buttons here. Aim a silencer. Yeah, it's especially yeah, the unknown person. Byakuya, I think for this trial is showing himself to be a threat. And Makoto definitely is a threat. You'd want to actively remove one of them. Okay, so for space key is the slow down, which costs us meter. Mouse wheel for select. Fast forward for control. Okay, let's see if we can remember all this.
It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer
Whoops.
used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been? I bet it was an iron. Interesting. That certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
Poor Chihiro.
Fast forwarded accidentally. Weapon had to be at the scene of the crime. There's something with a bloodstain on it. Yep.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was...
According to the Monokuma file, what kind of blunt instrument could it have been? I bet it was an iron pipe. Interesting. That certainly would.
Poor
Okay, I-
Chihiro.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was...
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. What kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
But
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer... What kind of blunt instrument? I bet it was an iron pipe. Interesting. That
nope,
certainly
missed.
Poor Chihiro.
Oh, this is trickier this time.
Chihiro's... It appears it was a head...
According to the Monokuma file, what kind of blunt instrument? I bet it was an iron pipe. No, that's wrong.
Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell, found at the scene of the crime? It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
Can we agree that it was the blunt object at the scene of the crime, covered in blood? I mean, it's distinctly possible that it's planted evidence, but... No, what if we assume that it's the very obvious thing?
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell.
Given the size of the dumbbell and the size of Chihiro, I feel like, the wound's shape would be less of a problem than reconstructing the head's shape at that point.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Chihiro was very squishably small.
That's so creepy!
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit. Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
Yeah, Byakuya has a very strong idea of it, but I think the fact that we don't have the scissors stake is a critical element here.
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. He is repeating exactly what was said to him moments ago. Exactly, Ray Day. Why don't we speculate wildly as to what other things it could be instead of something that is supplied right here? Like, it'd be different if somebody else found a different blunt object that perhaps had signs of being cleaned off or something like that, but like, no alternatives were supplied with evidence. Just like, oh, what if it was this? Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element has been added. Would you like to know more? Yes. For this debate, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Your truth bullets will disappear if they hit these lines, so think of them as obstacles. There's a way to keep this white noise from getting in your way. Press the right mouse button to attach the silencer, which you can use to shoot down the white noise. However, if you shoot an actual remark with your silencer instead of the white noise, the time limit will decrease. Oof. I mean, there's an awful lot of gameplay that goes into these. I have to appreciate that. It's not just, throw guesses into the wind and save the game a lot. It is... You're like spinning plates. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, white noise won't appear at all. In which case, you can forget about the silencer and just focus on the situation in front of you. Oh, by the way, if it's set to easy, don't worry about this at all. Just forget I said it. Good luck. Have fun. We did not set it to gentle.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible.
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on. There's just no proof for it.
Hey, so, speaking of Genocide Jack, I don't know who that is!
Okay, no proof for it has to be the line.
The culprit is Genocide Jack.
Whoop.
I'm sure. Case closed.
Nope.
That's impossible.
Here we go.
Why? What makes it...
Well, I mean, there's just no proof for it.
No, it's wrong. I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
There was a very weird thing that happened when we went back to the archive. We looked at the bookshelf where Byakuya originally wasn't letting us look at that bookshelf up front, but that's apparently where the case file was found. We went back there and Makoto's like, I want to look at the file again. Oh no, it's missing. But now he's like, oh, I have the case file right here. Well, let's see here. We have a new person joining us on TikTok. Let's see. What's that? Would you prefer like Tink? Tinko? Sure, there's a couple of extra syllables in there I could try to weave in. But in any event, welcome to the stream. Tink will do then. It's welcome. Chihiro has been killed. We are on the second chapter. This is the second class trial. So we're very short. We are a very short distance into the game. If you're not familiar with the channel, I am Nuke Mechanist. I am a gaming streamer. I've been focused extensively on detective games lately. We're having fun. I do always feature my cats on camera. The one that you can see right now is Ember. We do try to keep the stream very casual. I appreciate that you don't want to include spoilers in the chat. That is nice. We are going to try to avoid that sort of thing. But otherwise, feel free to talk. I can always pause and have a conversation with you. This point in the trial, this part of the game being the hardest to focus on chat all the time. But again, glad to have you. There's some kind of confidential police file the police put together about Genocide Jack.
That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
It's still neat how all this stuff is voiced.
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth. So let's forget about that for now.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail.
Say excessive, but I don't know if exceeding is wrong. Yeah, Chihiro seems to be very popular. Assuming you're talking about Chihiro and not Yasuhiro.
According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
Ah, okay, Yasuhiro. Interesting. He is amusing. Hamster man, boob lust.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
I mean, as useless as Yasuhiro acts most of the time, he is actually remarkably normal. Like, the others are definitely getting more related to this. You'd expect more people to be in a, like, stupid fugue. The other characteristic of every Genocide Jack case, which the world at large doesn't know. If I'm not mistaken, it has to do with the position of the body.
I got it!
The body was positioned.
In every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way.
He is a very normal guy, Tink. I think that's relatively characteristic of him. And the fact that he's also emphasized as being kind of a doofus, very easily tricked, that kind of thing, and is also kind of the panicky one. They're the one that's like, oh, just get me out of here, I can't take this. We have plenty that aren't participating, but are otherwise taking it pretty well. Automod is very thorough.
Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
Other than the killer, the only people who know about it are the higher-ups at the police department, the police officers called to the scene initially, the detectives involved in the investigation who have definitely seen the crime scenes, the medical professionals that would be called out to verify what had happened and what was going on, the forensics teams that went out there to verify stuff about what was going on the scene, and anybody with a cell phone anywhere near the crime scene. But those are the only people that know about that piece of evidence. Nobody else.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it?
Favorite character so far? I don't recall all the names, but the mystery girl is very interesting. She is competent and mysterious. That's always cool. Definitely not the main character. His smell fixation is very off-putting. Definitely not Byakuya. He is obnoxious at all intervals. We're ruling people out. No, Celeste is very interesting. The ultimate gambler. Don't know a favorite yet. She's very amusing. The one in the purple coat is the one that I was thinking of. Yeah, I don't think Byakuya is terribly popular. Not a lot going for him. Of course, Leon was awful. Mondo is amusing. Hall Monitor Boys. Actually, kind of inoffensive. He's a gag. He is definitely a gag. Yes, Kyoko. That's the one I was thinking of. The one with the coat. She's interesting, but we don't actually see a lot of her behavioral-wise. Like, she is the competent investigator and knows more than we do. Which is neat, but I don't know that that makes her an interesting character. Yeah, I think currently the character I'm most interested in is Kyoko as far as like the mystery goes. Friendliest character would be Chihiro. Most of the others are interesting in their own way. But Byakuya is awful. Leon was boring. Yasuhiro he's the Team Shaggy. He's there to be amusing.
There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
Interesting. I wonder if we'll ever get to see the embarrassing information and the all of the DVDs from the other people. This is what you have to get out to stop, or this is what we'll tell everybody if you don't kill each other. I wonder if we'll get to see that information.
No fucking way!
You're saying
Mondo is shocked.
Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes, in fact, it's Toko.
Very matter of fact. Oh yeah, she's the serial killer.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has, like, blodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
Bloodophobia. It's to Aoi's credit, she remembered it, but spot on her character, she is just going to throw out a different name for it.
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle. Man,
this has gotta be so complicated.
Riddle for sure, but I feel like I understand it. What it means for Genocide Jack to be Toko, but also not Toko. The answer is that she's not just one person, but multiple people, right? Oh. Let's see here. I'd actually have to agree on that, Tink. It's actually really not uncommon for main characters in a lot of anime to be, or anime adjacent properties like this. For the main characters to be either self-insert, kind of like blank slate characters that are meant to have a shape that their target audience can slide into. So you have a lot of generic shonen protagonist characters, you know? Like, oh, they're an everyday high school student with the same sort of likes and dislikes. Or they are hero characters. We do also have a not really recent trend of vengeful shonen protagonist characters, where it is the heroic one flipped on its head, where instead of stepping up as a hero, they step up to get revenge for some sort of slight, or perceived or real. But they still have that feel to them, and I think they have a lot more wiggle room for writing and for writing the characters when they are not the main character. Let's see. I'm technically using the pause screen to look at the word here, to try to figure out what it is. This isn't cheating. They could have increased the opacity of the screen. They made this choice. Let's see. So we're very likely to be looking at like an S, like an SCH. Hmm. N, H's, S, and O's. You do have to wonder, Rayday, how Yasuhiro manages to get his hair like that. Like, it's not just the kind of the felted, that like felted sort of dreadlock kind of vibe. Not really the same, but that sort. It does seem like there's got to be some sort of internal structure going on in his hair, because you can get it rigid like that, but not infinitely rigid. That is true, but even like regular hair gel, I don't think would have the structural strength for the horizontal pieces. Like vertically, as long as you kept your neck really firmly still, You've got some poise. You might prevent it from tipping enough to crack the gel structure. But horizontally, the spikes to the sides would be hard to maintain with that. Even pipe cleaners. I kind of have to assume that he's got like some sort of like wire mesh apparatus beneath, like on his skull. Like woven wires between each bits of hair concealed in the overall mass, but then running out. And they'd have to be really firm wires. Like this was put in place and then the hair was wound out around it. There had to be a period of time when Yasuhiro was just sitting there, either with the excuse of it being some sort of like pilgrimage, or that he would walk around town looking like some sort of giant steel porcupine with hair draped over some of the tines. Wonder if you could do that. I wonder if he just like coiled wire around it like really tightly and let the hair like puff out a little bit. It's a conundrum. So 6 letters with H and I in the middle. All right, we're gonna take some guesses here. It's not S. It's not an A. R. Oh, it is an S. Okay. CHI. Oh. Oh.
Now I understand.
Well, geez.
Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
Terms we should not use nowadays.
Huh?
I think I read that somewhere in the file, too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
It's made that much more when they use that term as the guest term and then they use like the clinical term after.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
It does, you know, when you're not in the portions of Yu-Gi-Oh! Tink where the narrative shows you that the other puzzles are an active thing, up until that point, it would be an interesting spin to have it where there is not an ancient Egyptian pharaoh spirit in the puzzle. That is all in Yugi's head. That is a separate personality than Yugi himself. And the puzzle is just a sort of coping crutch that he came to use. It is only through working with a psychologist and some therapy that Yugi comes to terms with the reality of the situation.
Perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
One of the primary things about her acting different than usual is that when she stood back up, aside from like the behavior changes, which you could point out and say, you know, she concussed herself, there was also her explicitly stating, well, I'm fine with blood now, isn't that better?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
Fine, I'm fine. Is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead? World has a front and a back, a top lining and a bottom, a sea of truth in a web of lies.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
Yep. It's... Now here's a question. Is it actually, like, she could have a DID here. Like, that could be the case, but could it be that she's not fully... Like, she isn't fully adapted to the situation. Like, she hasn't come to terms with it. Doesn't know how to live with it. And that it's Byakuya who is imposing the potential other identity. Like, pushing this other identity on the other identity inside her. I mean, Hamster Man running, I think in general, you know, I kind of want to see if he does run somewhere in the anime. Kind of want to see that. Well, drive out the killer, drive out the murderous fiend, because the only one with extensive knowledge of Genocide Jack outside of urban legend territory is Byakuya. So I think it's reasonable that Byakuya could have created this scenario. Like, we don't know that Toko's other behavior set is a separate personality, let alone this particular personality he's asserting. So there's wiggle room.
In her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in.
Because he was aware of it, and she said she couldn't keep her promise to him. I wonder if this is they've had a discussion about this before.
It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
This parallels the first case a little bit in that we are presenting an obvious culprit. In the first one, they were presenting Makoto as the obvious culprit. I don't quite, yeah, that would be the implication there, Tink, is that he could be using her as an excuse. He has information that would make her a really plausible suspect. So Byakuya could have committed the killing and is then using all of the information he has to just throw everybody at her. Like, look, she's this serial killer. It must have been her. It's a strong path, and this is a group of high schoolers. They're not going to necessarily analyze it closely.
How
know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Yep.
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
Yes. She seems to be romantically interested in Byakuya, so her confiding something like that in him seems to be on point too.
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised! I can't believe you lied!
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale. Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone.
And if this is the scenario, his actions right here could be, like, even if it is Genocide Jack, him doing this might be enough to make it so that this other personality is given more control.
But in spite of that promise,
Such that one of the personalities is not actively trying to restrain them. I am no expert on DID, though, and I would not like to perpetuate any stereotypes of the condition. So I will try not to speculate on that any further. Yeah, I couldn't keep my promise. Never again. I won't let him have control ever again.
You said if I kept my promise,
So what is it?
you would go out with me.
Yep, what if her thinking that what if, as far as she's concerned, the promise was only broken because when she got smacked on the head, the other personality took control. Exactly, Ray Day. # cancel Byakuya. And that it was not that the other personality got out and killed somebody, if we go with the Jekyll Hyde stereotype.
That's the only reason I promised.
Let's stick with Jekyll Hyde. It's easier to assume that she is that it is an A-B toggle with essentially a transformation between them that keeps us from treading into not pleasant territory, let's say.
how many times do I have to tell you? I never said that, but you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it,
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
He's so terrible.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person? You don't mean...
Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom, but in the next second...
Well, hello there! Is it me you were hoping to see?
Genocide Jill.
What the heck? So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this?
Toko, what happened to you?
Not Toko. That's a loser name. And what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
So intense.
Like they say, sound and murder is mind, sound and murder is body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Sakura is one of the more amusing character designs in this. Just not only how different she is, like she is big and muscly and taller than everybody, but just that her whole art style is different than everybody else. That's right, Boxy. Do a quick cat check while we're at it, though. Oh, we've got a couple. Got Mason up there on Cat Tree 2. Then we have Sherbet snoozing on the bed. And then Sky up in the roost up there. That's kind of his spot. He's aside from Sherbet, when Sherbet follows Sky up there, that's generally where Sky goes now. It was largely the old guard that claimed that spot. I think that is continuing to be true. We don't get a lot of view on Cat Tree 2, so let's keep that there. This with Sakura, it's that added amusement that the rest of her like sailor school uniform outfit survived, but like the whole arm parts blew out. So is it that she found a shirt that was mostly fitted, but it still couldn't contain her arm muscles? Or is it that she's constantly flexing and just can't help blowing out the shoulders down to the cuffs? Because the whole top of the shirt doesn't seem like it has long to live either. Well, when you think about it, maybe she gets her shirts from the same place that Hifumi does.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. The sort of demon tongue, it's not an uncommon thing, the weird long pointed tongue. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
That is true. The scar marks on her arms might be indications of the battle that destroyed the sleeves of her shirt tassel. That does seem plausible. This is the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack. This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
What's up? I like how, like, you still have the demon tongue, but she's like, oh, smile, nice.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
Then it's not true?
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid? And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless! I mean, they just let this idiotic, bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over
I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone. Just kidding again!
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about genocide death. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
The way he described the secrets is that it probably would have been along those lines. The only reason I assumed that Makoto's was so banal was that that's kind of what Makoto is. He is the everyman here, so even his deep, dark secrets are kind of like boring. Still embarrassing, but boring.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit. But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion. Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Yeah, I could never believe a word you say, you monster.
Monster. Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said, I need to get some more details about all of this.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things. Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What
I think
more
that's the
proof
problem.
do we need? Give it up. You
It
killed
doesn't match her modus operandi perfectly.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things. Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
No, that's wrong.
You're encouraged to
Are
shoot down the
methods
purple
of murder
text.
really exactly the same? I'm not so sure about that. I think there's a slight difference between the genocide Jack cases and this one.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you!
You know, I think, she's a self-admitted serial killer. And we have the case file that shows that she's horribly killed people. But we set that aside. She is a lot more fun than Toko. I think we can all admit that. So you gotta kind of put it on the scales and determine which one is worse. That we might have to deal with Toko, or that we might have to deal with the insane serial killer.
I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things.
You can see it's always like through the wrist bones with a pair of scissors, and then kind of around the neck and then up through the ribs on either side. And then additionally the custom scissors.
Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee.
I love that. It's like if you went to a fancy Italian restaurant and suddenly they started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. Now I kind of want to see one of those like really fancy restaurants where it's just a, you know, like a simple placard without prices and the menu is written in Italian or something like that. And at the bottom, you effectively have, you know, Chef Boyardee alphabet, you know?
This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense.
Exactly, Tess. There's an artistry. There is a particular form that they're going for, and even if this is close, that's not good enough.
There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
One clear difference between the murders. The photos from the other Genocide Jack cases look at the neck and stomach.
I got it! For one, the cause of death is different. In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way. According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors.
Many pairs of scissors.
But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Thank you for joining us, Hifumi.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
Additionally, I think they've got scissors, since all of the girls' rooms had sewing kits. So even if it was she didn't have her custom scissors, or a sufficient number of custom scissors, she had at least some scissors. You'd expect those would be used if it was I'll just have to make do kind of thing.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
I'm not up on my pasta construction, so I'm just going to go with the fact that she finds it important.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
But it's so fun, Yasuhiro. I mean, she's at least sticking to theme. So we're going to have to go with the murder pasta that she's cooking.
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
Second difference is related to how she was suspended. In the photo of the other Genocide Jack cases, all the other victims were stabbed through their hands, through their wrists, because she didn't want them falling back down.
I got it!
What was used,
Do you
not the electrical
remember what
cord.
the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
Nobody thinks it's a rope. Nobody should think it's a rope. It doesn't look at all like a rope if you get within, 5 feet of it. If you stayed at the far end of the room and just sort of glanced, then I guess you could say, oh, it's like a rope.
What is your point?
I have no idea who would put pesto on tortellini, Tass, but then I don't know what you would put on tortellini or what you would put pesto on. Perhaps you would know if you just thought like a serial killer.
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use.
I'm a professional. I mean, I believe technically not, because I don't think she's getting paid to do it.
And you know what else? Big Mac said there's two differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Hey, it's a better nickname than you're probably going to get otherwise, Makoto. As soon as your scent fetish gets out into the open, yeah.
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
Pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Huh. Maybe I'd have more thoughts on it if I was more familiar with the sauce then. Look at the names of every victim. What you'll notice is...
I got it! Is it because
we're getting some health back.
Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
The guy up and right is kind of generic dude, but the guy on the left is almost got like a cartoon. He's got kind of the the anime monkey look to him, like the big shiny cheeks, the circle ears. Just have to have the same sort of hair that he's got go all the way around his face. Name. There was no end to it.
They were all guys?
That's right! The people I killed with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men! I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
That little inflection at the end. Like, oh my god.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it. But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
I know there's a term, so it's usually, I thought it was associated with, like, women who are fans of like the boys love style novels, and it was something along the lines of spoiled woman is how it ended up being like crudely translated. And I wonder if that's what they derived in the same way that Hafumi is, instead of the Dojin author, is the fanfic writer. I wonder if Fan Madam is used in place of that, since she specifically called out what she was a fan of in that way. But there's Sammy. So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, it actually does line up with the guy in the upper left now. Doesn't it? Like, oh, aren't you just so adorable? I'm gonna stab you so much.
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid.
Does have kind of a pasta fixation.
I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it. It's a different matter entirely, when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lowly car!
She is a lot more fun like this.
Lowly? Her?
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival.
I think that insult actually penetrated a little bit. Like, doesn't matter what anybody else is saying around him or who is upset with him saying that he's a jerk. As soon as he got called a peasant, he was like, now wait a minute.
And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class, envy of the entire world scissors!
That little extra couple syllables on world there.
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that? Da-da-da-da!
Dun dun.
She's fully equipped! That's right! So I can kill anywhere, anytime! Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong, you can't, can you, gutter dogs, all of you! Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot! The rope's totally out of the question anyway!
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Yeah! That's why we figured it had to be the real deal, and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Actually, hold on. There is one person. One person who could have copied the Genocide Jack cases. And the one who is very, very emphatically trying to show people that it was definitely Genocide Jack. Like, the person who went out of their way to grab the person who at least visibly solved the prior case and lead them around by the nose, showing them all the stuff that would imply that it was Genocide Jack.
Here's my answer. Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records.
He also went out of his way to prevent other people from getting into the archives until he wanted to show Makoto.
Plus, you've already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Hafumi's role in a lot of this is to be a geek, and to react with shock. So as long as there's plenty of sudden reversals and chickens around, he'll be fine.
Then the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire!
And somehow, her being turned on by this is less off-putting than how she was acting previously around Byakuya.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
The locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Wouldn't you agree? Suspicious. Seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
It's clear contradiction. New element has been added. Sure, tell me. More game systems. Add something called a truth flashback. This was a wasted opportunity since we have truth bullets. Instead of a truth flashback, we could have called it a truth flashbang. Aim for a weak spot and hold down the left mouse button. And you'll memorize that weak spot. This memorized phrase can only be shot once as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it will disappear from your cylinder. Right, you can use this flashback feature as many times as you want. If you don't seem to have the answer to a lie or contradiction in your loaded truth bullets, it might be wise to memorize a different weak spot and use that to make your case. When's the best time to flashback? Well, you'll just have to use your keen wits, won't you? In this case, though, I will say that if you don't use a flashback, you won't be refuting anything. Good luck. Have fun.
So, you said Byakuya?
Fire truth bullet flashback. Let's hold left mouse button, right?
But he was acting weird.
Wow. If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
You wish you'd taken me with you?
So, you said Byakuya, but he was acting...
If you're presented with the opportunity,
That's a natural reaction for
I love the
any
speed
guy.
up.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless What's so strange?
you wish you'd taken me with you?
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
Oh, nope,
He was
wrong thing.
acting weird.
If you're presented with the opportunity,
That's a natural
The victim was Chihiro. So of course I would suggest
Okay.
there was no time. What's so strange?
He's calling out the victim was Chihiro before the body was found.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
shoot!
Oh, no, no, wrong time.
So, you said Byakuya was acting, but he was acting...
If you're presented with the opportunity,
That's a natural reaction.
The victim, what so of course
Oh,
I would-
okay.
There was no time. What's so strange?
you wish you'd taken me with
Other way around.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found him, but he was acting...
If you're presented with the opportunity,
That's a natural reaction.
The victim was Chihiro, who...
No, that's wrong. I'll tell you what's so strange about that. Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
Circular reasoning.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
What's with his attitude? It's like he doesn't even care. Got him cornered, but he's acting like it has nothing to do with him.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
Could this other evidence be?
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body. But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right. It absolutely was.
then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life. Obviously, somebody else must have had it hidden
Missed.
away somewhere.
See, I've never seen it in my life.
What? The difference? You want me to explain? When I want to kill, I use my... And I use those same scissors to arrange the body. But Chihiro was suspended with some kind of rope.
That's right. It absolutely was.
Then there must be something very...
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
No, that's wrong.
Is it really going to be him? Are we going to get to see him die?
Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
What? An extension cord?
The very clearly visible extension cord?
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you?
Let alone that it has a It has a pair of plugs on a wide base at the end of it. So we could see in the picture of Chihiro's right hand there that like there was the dangling wall plug. But that would imply that on the other side there is the dangling outlets on that plug. Like, what ropes do you people encounter?
And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
And Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
That's more of a condemnation of your imagination than of a statement of fact.
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
He's doing it again. Totally calm, totally unconcerned. Doesn't look calm and unconcerned. As if he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved.
I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you? I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
Wait. Is that just now? Something's not right. Chihiro's body was definitely found in the girls' locker room, but does that mean... Can I really just accept that Byakuya just said is the truth? I don't think so. There's something off about it.
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown. She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene? That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
I believe I do.
Poster, carpet. Hey, Byakuya, did you just take up... Did I just take you off guard? The story suddenly moved to the crime scene. Byakuya, who'd been so confident up till now. Maybe Byakuya never even realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else.
Don't just move on without permission! What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Wait, keep the rest of us filled in. What's happening?
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
I got it! The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
Your proof is some posters?
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big-boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had A poster of the super popular boy band Tornado. Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
Makoto, enforcing gender norms.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed
Don't
about
know,
the
the
locker
boy
rooms.
band poster could have been aspirational. Same with the swimsuit poster.
You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Just sounds terrible.
Protein coffee?
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet.
Just call it coffee.
But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
It's not that the stain was scrubbed away. It was moved.
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too?
She really wants to make sure that everybody knows that it was protein coffee and not just coffee. Like, it's important to her that she not be associated with the mere drinking of coffee. It's not clear why. Maybe there's a negative connotation with the ridiculously ripped workout set.
But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think? In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the blood-stained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the carpet bother doing that?
Huh?
Why would they
But
go through
why?
all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device. But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
They show a lot of stuff pretending that to assert that the place is very high-tech and advanced. You got the weaponry, the surveillance systems, the e-handbooks, and the scanner on the door. When, at least compared to some of the other technology, the door scanners are really primitive things.
Bro, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Quiet, you. You clearly have nothing to add.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Gotten into the boys' room? Yes.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Ah! I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook.
Nope.
She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What then?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course. If she had that, she could get into the boys' locker room no problem.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have...
Ah! I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the
field, I'm sure that would have... No, I don't think she used the thick...
Huh? What then?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
No, it's wrong. No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Huh? Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was
But
broken.
I was helping.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Oh, well, never mind.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup, yup, yup. Hit the nail square on the noggin.
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just... wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
Is that it, then? Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room, and Byakuya is, the one that did it? Really? I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second. I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
What the... You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So...
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
Really? Oh, let's do it.
Huh? For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
Hey there, Rimuru. Do we have something silly to look forward to? Before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead. Where she took us was...
The girls' locker room?
We've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
Check it
Be
again.
sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully? Like using our hands?
Afumi's head pops right off.
No way!
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just... based on religious grounds, you know?
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
She's probably touched a dead body. I mean, if her fists have rendered someone dead, then there's at least a couple of milliseconds of contact. Still counts as touching.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about? That's not it at all. stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but...
Oh, you gotta get all the way up in there. Gotta check all the bits.
What? This is...
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is
Is what?
a boy!
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact.
Delayed impact.
You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
Ren, it's really true? Chihiro was a guy?
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat. Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
He was a cross-dresser? Oh, no, really?
Games that were made a while ago. Wish I had killed him.
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial. I do apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the class trial.
It is interesting how, well, one, tropes like this lingered a lot longer in video game and related media, at least to my understanding. You still really had and sometimes still have a lot of traits that really shouldn't matter being correlated strongly with, like, evil and being negative. So the very sexual, effeminate male, whether it is homosexual or not, there's a lot of villain association with that. The idea of it being a cross-dresser, as it being something that was a secret that was hidden, presented in this way, not terribly uncommon. Now it adds an extra layer with more modern thinking right now. Is it that Chihiro just liked to wear that sort of clothing and was ashamed of it? And that's what they were trying to hide from folks? Was it that Chihiro was trans? There are a lot of questions that are open for this. Gender presentation, gender identity, sexual identity, all of these kind of things. But are we going to cover them? No. This game will definitely not cover them.
We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was
Shocking.
actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Though Monokuma saying it that way is not surprising. It's actually on target for Monokuma to say it that way, because Monokuma wants to stir the pot. So the bear encouraging them to view it as shocking or similar makes sense.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
To think. But it never even crossed my mind.
Was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
What? I mean, I can't think of anything that Byakuya would be referring to here. Chihiro's whole outfit is set up so that it would be entirely obfuscated unless Byakuya was prone to, you know, doing the whole position oneself to get upskirt shots. I mean, the skirt entirely concealed things like any sort of possibility of physical examination. The chest isn't going to give you a lot of indications because there's a variable there.
This is a most titillating situation!
It does lend some believability to the kids involved to some extent, as, well, it's believability in a lot of folks even today, but the idea that the entire way that they're referring to Chihiro has changed.
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Always angry posture here is a lot more subtle than some of them. Like, you know, brows furrowed, fists clenched, but the outfit, the overall outline change is largely in her little hair twitch up on top. The bun / ponytail / whatever it is. How it's got like serrations and points now.
Very interesting. This has become very interesting in...
Are they not going to let us kill Byakuya?
He's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it. But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery.
I mean, he's outright said that that's what he wanted to have happen, that he wanted this all to be enjoyable. So, the idea that you're then using this as evidence that he can't possibly have done it
The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder.
Oh, hey. We have the equivalent of a YouTube raid happening right now. I've never seen this show up. Hello to Tori Thaiga and their viewers. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We are playing some Danganronpa, if that wasn't apparent when you were choosing the channel. My name's Newt Mechanist. I stream a variety of things, though we've been focused on detective games a lot recently. I always show my cats on camera. The one that you can see here now is Sammy. Hope everybody is having a good night. How are you doing? We are trying to solve a crime, Tori. We are in the middle of the second class trial of Trigger Happy Havoc. We're trying to solve the murder of Chihiro.
At least, that's how I see it.
Are you folks familiar with Danganronpa?
And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you.
No. Yes, for the benefit of the new folks to the channel. Let's switch over to the cat cam view. We can see all but one of them right now. We have Sherbet left center. We have Sky top center. We have Sammy upper right. She was on the camera earlier too. And then Ember lower right. Not visible is Mason, Sherbet's sibling. But yeah, many catos. I always try to keep them on camera all the time. Oh, so you are aware of it. Yeah, I had seen media about it, but this is my first time playing the game. I'd only seen like a little bit of the start of the anime of it. So this whole thing has been kind of a new experience. It's good times.
And then again, when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy, if you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
I mean, or you would be a consummate actor and you would, it would have had an effect on you because you wouldn't want to be immediately outed as the killer. Oh, you found a clue. Yeah, I'm the killer, guys. Sorry. Can't lie to you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
It's nice that he'll grant us that. He'll slide that our way. Little concession. Adequate marks on our paper.
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Are you fucking with us right now?
A man that needs to be murdered. That one is Sammy, Foxy. This is the remaining cat. The fifth cat for you. He is the ex-feral. slowly becoming more of a sweetheart, though not really that much less touchy. Welcome back, then, Zoe. Glad to see that you can that you are multitasking multitasking for us. Then.
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm telling you the truth.
It hurt him even to say it that way.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say? Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
You're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
For those of you joining us, though, we do try to keep the channel very, very casual. So, aside from avoiding spoilers in this kind of scenario, feel free to chat, feel free to ask me questions. Outside of the moments where I have to, like, flail at moving words and do little rhythm game things to avoid everybody dying, there's plenty of time to stop and talk.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility. Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
Byakuya didn't do it. Then who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's one thing we can be sure that we know about the killer. The killer was able to gain access to the real murder scene, which means...
A gun!
Crime scene was the boys' locker room. You would need a boys' handbook to get in. And the only spare handbook that is a boys' handbook is Leon's, which isn't working. So you wouldn't have been able to use that to get in there. So it'd have to have been somebody that had a boys' handbook. Though technically one of those could have been stolen. But since you need to have them on you all the time, it seems unlikely. That's still not enough. I need to find some more clues. Okay, Celeste saw...
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer. And it's not like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man.
No! Not game over!
Isn't there a single clue that might...
Oh, no. That's a painful loss there. Right-clicked accidentally. Whoops.
I'm sure if someone saw the killer... Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all... You want to know who saw the killer. And only the killer.
No, it's wrong. I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this. The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
I better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry. But why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
Or if he was just lying to you in order to get out of line of sight.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much, enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
Oh, what a marvelous friendship! The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
Yes, that's right, Tess. They, as soon as they discovered an unexpected sex, they are emphatically using different, a different pronoun now. Like, they have to keep reminding us, which is, I mean, to some extent, it's condescending, as if we will forget what has been revealed. But additionally, that all of them feel like they need to alter this in their mind so much, despite the fact that they'd interacted with Chihiro so much up until then. And, like, they haven't seemed to need to keep emphasizing it otherwise.
No, you already have what you need to make the connection.
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Yes, very aggressively, sometimes in, like, consecutive sentences.
Seriously? Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
So, Chihiro had exercise clothing on, and was in a hurry to meet up with somebody. So it would have to be, the implication is it would have to be one of the male students. It's not going to be Hifumi or Makoto. Yasuhiro seems to be out as well. That would leave Hall Monitor Boy and Motorcycle Boy, right? Mondo and... yeah, I can't recall his name. Though Hall Monitor Boy largely seemed to be gym affiliated because of the competition with Mondo, not with any regularity.
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
And Byakuya, we've just spent the whole time emphasizing that despite the fact that he has messed with the murder scene, probably isn't the killer.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say. But fine. Celeste, Did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket? The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket we took.
Interesting, interesting. Well, we will be getting to part 2 at some point. I have all 3 of them queued up. Well, I know there's supposed to be some more, but I don't know if they're available. Well, it's really hard to believe.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. Because exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
Said now is really odd. How did he know something like that?
First of all, we know where Chihiro was. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have
Oh, wait a minute. Can I... Oh. Celeste didn't say blue, did she?
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
Yeah, well, so I think it's Kiyotaka, the kid in the white uniform, essentially, said, like, off the top of his head, essentially said, well, maybe it matched. Then everybody follows up with what their tracksuit was like. So you're saying it was the same as blue, but I don't recall, did Celeste's account, when we asked her about it, did she say blue just now? I think that's what we've got to try for, because I'm flailing here otherwise.
Why did he choose the specific tracksuit?
What do you mean, the specific?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him?
No, that's wrong.
second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
Stuffing a track jacket into the duffel bag. Then I assume he had... Yeah. Celeste didn't say blue this time. I think she originally said blue to us when she first told us.
So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you just...
Hey, Celeste, what color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
Celeste very emphatically told us that she told only us.
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Because I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died! That's the only possibility!
Cherry? Are you talking about Chihiro?
So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony...
Stuffed the jacket in her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. Just like that, she was gone.
When Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
It would appear you've dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it?
It seems like it was Mondo, Lee.
Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
Tell us more, Kyoko.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
That's a good question.
Because I hate him.
There was
talked?
a certain turning point that tipped me off.
I mean, it wasn't the third one.
Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently.
Oh.
You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
Ooh.
You notice such a tiny detail? Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
She's a witch.
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Aren't you the head of a motorcycle gang? They're not known to be upstanding pillars of the community, actively praised for their law-abiding behavior. Feel like it's part of the title.
Yeah, he would never do something like that.
Like, we generally don't equate motorcycle gang with, like, bicycle enthusiast group.
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come. That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you'd found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Pause.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine,
Hifumi's
man.
little sideburn things are very animated.
If you really insist, then... here it is.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
Is this Chihiro's missing one?
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed.
Indeed.
I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
But how would they break it? The same with Leon's. Monokuma has been very clear that they don't break.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere? How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
How did the handbooks break? There's only one possible explanation. Hacking it? They physically hack into it and destroy it that way. It's impossible to... Oh, no, yeah. Yeah. Some kind of bug you could exploit. Things have been debugged to hell and back. We couldn't afford a recall.
Shoot!
Hit its weak point.
I got it!
How would I know it has a weak point?
That the handbook has one weak
Oh,
point, too.
okay. I forgot that it had a weak point then.
You remember that? Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession,
Then we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
You're asking me?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Just tell us already. Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example?
Just make it a rule that if you break a handbook, you get killed.
Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is...
Something stupid. Gotta be something stupid.
When it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
I mean, that's a remarkably plausible weak spot. Good for them.
I flippin' knew it!
Make it overheat.
You knew it?
Yeah, 'cause I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
Ooh.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh? It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Interesting. I learned one new fact today.
The more you know.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
Yeah. I wonder if it's Mondo's task that he brought it into the sauna with him and accidentally broke it. And that Mondo is carrying around Chihiro's.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke?
Yep. Yeah, Mondo, to show off, kept his whole outfit on while in the sauna.
They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I might know someone who did.
Whoa, seriously?
Yeah. Makoto was the witness to the sauna competition.
I think the one who may have taken
Against
their
his will.
handbook into the sauna was...
Had to be the one who wore all their clothes into the sauna. It was... I went the wrong way around.
Here's my answer. Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
Nice.
What? Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on.
The burning aura around them and the fact that Mondo has a towel draped over his pompadour.
But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets.
Which... I wonder if there's some intentional symbolism here. Because a lot of times it's either the towel is draped over their... is generally draped over their waist. It's a modesty thing. Like we can see Kiyotaka there. Is there an implication of him draping the towel over his pompadour? Are they trying to really point to the phallic symbolism?
And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill. I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual
solid proof. I don't want to believe it either, but found something that proves it beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
Oh,
In other
okay.
words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Missed.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Let's
Zoom,
test
zoom,
if
zoom.
what he said you broke your own In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Nope.
Shoot!
Doesn't have anything to do with Chihiro's.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's then that proves.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
No, that's wrong.
This one was kind of vague.
The handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall, isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is,
interesting.
I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's.
It's easy to prove if you just open up. If the handbook gets turned on, it displays the owner's name.
Which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's.
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit, but no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch! What's wrong, bro? Come on! Tell him he's wrong! You are wrong! You have to be wrong!
You must be wrong.
Everything you just said is wrong! You made it all up!
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning? That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see
Is this
if I
the
was
comic
right
book thing?
or wrong.
Yep, comic book thing. Okay. Getting bagged, spotted by Celeste. Stuff in the bag. 2. Goes in. Oh, sees person there with dumbbell. Let's see here. There's a goes in. There. Lifts up dumbbell, has dumbbell, hits, splatters poster. Pulls up carpet. Pulls down poster, moves body, goes to the girls' locker room, uses a different one, replaces the poster, lays down the body. You know, everything's moved around. Byakuya enters. Bloody wall. Board. That breaks. Goes to sauna.
The killer is you! First, let's take a look back to before the incident.
This is so involved.
Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime.
They have somehow made Chihiro that much cuter in all of these little comic panels, don't you think?
She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room.
Now notice, Makoto is referring to Chihiro as she again. You know, like everybody had been properly up to this point.
But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he.
And before he stops doing that as of right now.
Which is why he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned.
Isn't it, Tess?
Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet. Then, removing the bloody poster. And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course. But this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem. And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch. That could have been the end of things, but no. Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated.
Because he's terrible.
So, after stumbling on the crime scene,
Ember is deciding where she is most comfy. This whole comic book panel thing is tons of fun.
he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime.
So, I get that he just wants things to be interesting, but what was his plan B? What was Byakuya's plan B? Because he set himself up to look like the killer if they got past the Genocide Jack proposition. So, if they didn't believe that, then there was a good chance that they would then look at him as a possible culprit. What then? Then also, frankly, what then if they believed him? Like, they haven't done a good job presenting Byakuya as wildly suicidal, is what I'm saying. It seems like he definitely isn't thinking his plans through, despite being presented as somebody who very much thinks his plans through.
He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter. And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Arata?
It is fun how his hair keeps changing general shape based on which art style he's presented in. Like, the length and actual shape of his hair morphs regularly. Yeah, his ultimate affluent progeny status is increasingly becoming the fact that it is because he is ultimately rich, not that he has any other redeeming traits.
Wait. No. This can't be right. Where's your evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence? You need evidence. You need proof. Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him.
Evidence that Mondo is the killer that already revealed itself earlier in the trial. I can somehow show where Mondo's handbook is right now. Tell me more. Fever time and nega time. Bullet time battle. If you press the space key, fever time will activate and the tempo will be forced to its max. At this point, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. So you can push any of the buttons however you want to destroy the verbal assault. This only lasts until your focus gauge runs out, so make the best possible use of your time. Of course, it wouldn't be fair if only you got access to special time, right? Special time! So you've also prepared something called Nega Time that your opponent can use. The opponent activates Nega Time during the bullet time battle. Your tempo marker will disappear, making it quite a bit tougher to hit the buttons in rhythm. If you're to activate Fever Time at this point... No, never mind. I'm sure nothing would happen. Don't know what I was so worried about. Unsurprisingly, if your action difficulty is set to gentle, the opponent won't have this ability. Good luck. Have fun.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you! False! Show me some evidence. I won't listen! False! You're corrupt! I refuse to vote! I refute you! False! You're corrupt! Show me some evidence. I won't listen! I refuse to vote! Show me some evidence. Show me some evidence.
This should prove it.
I like how the opponent is not Mondo himself. It's somebody trying to defend him.
My thinking so far is right. Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
You don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah, I did it. I killed him.
Yeah, not so good at the end there.
Bro!
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just... give up.
I thought it implied that something would happen if I used the spacebar during the nega time thing, but it did not seem to do things.
Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
I don't know, maybe it would have if I was holding it and I just started hitting buttons. Maybe that would have done it.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank!
Phrasing.
Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Confetti, yay!
What?
It looks like you got it right again. So, the Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was... Mondo Owada! The winner is you.
Unbelievable.
case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful. I refuse to believe it. No way he would kill someone.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Much why. And why. Additional why.
Now then.
Looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually,
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone that doesn't really want to hear it, you can hit the control key to fast forward the text. Interesting. Anyway, there was once a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak, even though you're a boy. He'd heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness. Take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. Trauma. He had chosen that as his way out. Now, nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy. Again, unhealthy stereotypes in some ways. Though we can't speak to how Chihiro developed later that this might have been a trauma that was an inciting incident, but maybe it was a revelation. I like to think better of the character. Or at least, I like to think better of the writing of the character. No matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of him, and it was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger.
Weak, 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 weak.
Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful, said the narrator, Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets, which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Yeah, even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy. Again, there's a lot of presumption in that statement that we, ideally, would not make today.
hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair. And yet...
I'm sorry.
I don't really want to talk about it right now. But I also don't want to leave things the way that they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right. I want to change.
Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay, I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so, that day he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask for someone's help. but he wanted to tell that person his secret first and then ask them to help him from there. And the person he went to,
right.
it was me. Yep, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret. Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. A story so far unfolding of intense trauma and and similar things. Oh, man. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then that must be why Mondo did what he did to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro. Did what he did? I mean, that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room into the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
That's exactly what I mean. Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
It could have been part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro.
But
Right back around to oof. But how does moving the body keep his secret?
Because
If everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would be arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity, so he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook. See? Like, you could take this in a positive light. You could. I don't know that they wrote that intentionally. What with the promise between men statement. Then Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed. Why would he do that? Oh, that's some ugly crying. The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why did you... Because no matter what, I didn't want anyone to
I
know.
knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
It's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something he didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong.
It's impossible.
Don't make me repeat myself.
To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can, and that's all there is to it. So while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know. You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Daya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, number one in the gang, and his number two, his younger brother, Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. Ew. Let's linger on that a moment, shall we? What kind of gravy? Are we talking like, you know, your thinner, almost kind of like a juice chicken gravy type that you usually get? Or are we going full on like beef or turkey gravy? Like, you know, your really rich Thanksgiving style stuff. Is it more of like a peach meat soup, you know, meat flavored soup with peaches? Or is it kind of verging on a, you know, kind of a pudding where the peaches are sort of suspended in something kind of gooey? But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his older brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. Kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created his gang with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Can someone like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of other members of the gang. Which is why... I gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Once, just one time, no matter what, I gotta win. Don't care what it takes, I gotta come out on top. And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. During the race... Buttons. Ah, there we go. Race tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly... Squish. His brother's in remarkably good condition considering the configuration of that truck and the implication of a head-on, like, highway speed collision. Laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. My bad, kid. I messed up. Sorry. Of course he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened. Hey kid, the rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. Because it's the team you and me put together. It's a promise between men. Bleh, I'm dead. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang, in order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother. He could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that had caused the accident. As a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Daya was going to lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I just...
Yep. I'm strong. Much strong. And yet... As soon as our killing game began, he realized no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it all would have been for nothing. So that's why Mondo, After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness. It just started swirling around. I'd never felt anything like it before. I didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. It was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Seriously?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden? Huh? Because, I mean, you've kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would...
But
You're right,
I
but...
want to change.
Wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong it can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us...
You piece of...
So what, you're saying I should just say it?
What?
Saying if I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret? Huh? I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I've never had, so I was jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong? Are you messing with me right now?
No!
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. Like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. The wheels in his brain started turning, shedding rust. After so long. What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed, and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
No, I just really admire you. Oh, man. They're stacking the awful, you know? Admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Much strong. Stronger than you.
Son of a bitch!
And stronger than Daya. I don't remember anything after that. Woke up again, he was laying at my feet, covered in blood. The dumbbell in my hand, and I was staring down at him. I killed him.
Killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
I mean, there is a concept that they could have invoked here that would fit for the time, like the times of the writing, the kind of worldview that the writing contains, that I'm glad they didn't do. And instead they went with the idea that Chihiro was saying, there's this thing that I don't want to be in the open, but since it's gonna be, since we're not gonna do the murder, then I want to, I want to work through it. I want to get past this this problem that I have with myself. And Mondo, having encountered that is what snapped. That is this individual who has presented themselves as very weak and needing a lot of help is showing so much more psychological strength that he has. And reaching out to him is saying, oh, but you're strong too, right? Emphasizing that Chihiro was at least mentally stronger than Mondo, and Mondo resented it. Of course, he regrets his actions, but he still bludgeoned a much better character than himself to death. Was normally so aggressive, so angry, he hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness like that lived in a heart like his, and it turned him cold-blooded. Look how Monokuma is vertically split, except for the belly. Well, the part, a goodly part of the lower jaw, the nose, and the belly. Some of the, like, closer to the screen features. But his mouth is vertically split. And the upper tooth, part of the diagonal line of that is cut, so there's a little vertical line through one of the teeth, too. It is very much as if, like, the nose and lower jaw are decals. The belly is a decal. He killed another living human in cold blood. He couldn't cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? 'Cause I sure don't. Shut up. Go ahead. Say that again. I dare you.
Yep.
Hey, I'll say it as many times as I want. Is what I want to say, but unfortunately I can't do that right now because the time for punishing is fast approaching. Punishing?
It can't be.
The wrap-up of this trial is actually taking a surprising amount of time, and it's not like dragging, you know? They're actually following through. You mean execution?
Well now.
That's what I promised you, right? The blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
From Mondo Owada, the ultimate biker gang leader. No, wait.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Like how Monokuma reverses there. It's the dark side that is dragging them away, the light side that is approaching them. These scenes are amazing. The Cage of Death. Some sort of interior electromagnetic rail or something? Well, that's extra morbid right there at the end, don't you think? Laugh at death and your soul will forever be at peace. It can't be. My brother. Another murder, another execution. And apparently a delicious breakfast. Congealed human fat. It's part of a balanced everyday breakfast. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. Like this guy. He seems to be feeling better about the situation. Maybe I'll follow his example. Yeah, he's handling this much better. Taka's sad screams invaded our skulls. We were each forced to realize once again. But he, of course, he had to. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game? Yakuya?
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
No. 2 of our friends are dead. Of course I do, because this game is life or death. I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response except that I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless, like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library, as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored the nighttime rule, too. That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be done.
I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse. It's 2 additional people, other than the killer, have to discover the body. Until that happens, it doesn't count. You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him.
Well...
So you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed, but if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake murder scene? If we hadn't figured out who'd really done it, you would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point, but nobody would have believed you at that point. Your plan is dumb. You are dumb. Well, stupid. He's clearly capable of speech. Yakua turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did. I was able to perform an interesting experiment.
Interesting.
Once I do decide to become blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for.
Correct.
So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on.
Hey,
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next.
you...
You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why? Do you like them? But you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
You're over-exaggerating. I'm not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair. Dramatic music. What do you mean? 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 Mean?
What the heck?
Mean. Good grief, I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing. Whatever, it doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me.
Ooh, how
The noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship. Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I've achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you. Understand?
In the name of my family.
The name of the Togami factory for... the factory. Family. For which victory is a foregone conclusion. When it comes to old bloodlines, it kind of is a factory.
You're getting all riled
Just gotta crank out a new one with enough regularity that the property doesn't go back to public hands. Ooh, so cool. It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you. I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you. Temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap. Monokuma's fun. Monokuma's laughter peeled across the courtroom, and the curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. You don't know, it could be a very evil puppy. Like, that could be an up-and-comer there. This could be a very experienced evil puppy. We don't know that you actually visibly age, or, develop physiologically in hell. That could be some sort of ancient puppy. A puppy that has done terrible things over the course of millennia. You don't know. You're just assuming things about the puppy. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair. I mean, despair is just generally pretty bad.
Anyway,
Let's...
like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part.
Ooh, an insider.
You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right? Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
I do like how they have the old, like, detective anime vibe of the kind of mannequin person. In this case, dark gray, but often, like completely shadowed. Just be the Bork Lord. Because you can kind of blend dark into Bork. The Bork Lord of the Sith, you know? Darth Pugmatine. One thing I'd like to ask you.
You don't want to know my measurements. Fire away.
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
Ooh. My. You really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied. Because you see, that's my ace in the hole.
There is a 16th person.
And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
Chapter 2, the end. 10 remaining. To be continued. Crazy diamond coat. Yes. Let us save right here. Yes. Okay. Okay. Alrighty, everybody. We ran long there, but, you know, we couldn't have stopped. It was too narratively important, too dramatic to stop there. So we had to get through Chapter 2, which we did. Now, there will be more of this tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to do double Danganronpa each week, but we're definitely doing more of it tomorrow. So yeah. Everybody have a good time? I mean, aside from the handling of Chihiro in a manner of over a decade ago. I think that was a really good one. If nothing else, the rest of the narrative just cemented Chihiro as one of the really good people, which sadly means that their time is numbered in a death game. But overall, good. We did. Hey, thanks, Rating. Exactly, Tess. We'll see if some of the later ones are a little bit better about that kind of thing. We'll see. But overall, it wasn't. It's not like it was presented in a awful sense. Like I said, there were a couple of things that they could have done that would have been like, ugh, with that same narrative, but they didn't. So again, we'll see how the rest of it goes. We've got 10 people left in this game so far. See which one dies next. But yeah. Like I said, tomorrow is Danganronpa, and then I will be setting up the new schedule Sunday into Monday morning. If you'd like to have more notice of some of my streams, some of my video uploads, you can get that out of the Discord server. The link is in the video description. But yeah. And I hope everybody had a good night tonight, and I will see you tomorrow. Let me see if I can wrangle any sort of rating here. It's a little tricky doing this with 2 platforms at once, but we're gonna try. No, hey. So Foxy there is actually playing Danganronpa as well. So let me fire the Twitch folks over there. And they can go that way. And then I'll see if I can... Eventually I'll have to see if I can find some way to do it better on YouTube. I'm going to give it a try, though. So firing the Twitch folks over there. Waiting. Did that work? Did it work? This is not terribly awkward, is it? Stop there. Yep, there we go. Okay, that worked. Then I'm going to push some other buttons. Is there a good way to do this? I'm not seeing anything overt. I'm going to have to figure out a good way to do that for folks. I'd like to keep the kind of pass the love on to some other folks. So I'll have to figure out how to do that a little better, but let's wrap it up from there. All right, folks, have a good evening. Thanks for joining us.